Special meeting to order at 2:03 p.m. Please note that this meeting is being both recorded and live streamed for public viewing. I would like to welcome the community members in attendance this afternoon. As a reminder, governing board meetings are a business meeting of the board held in public, and although public participation is encouraged, it is not the public's meeting. It is the duty of the board president and our clerk of the board to maintain an orderly, respectful, and peaceful meeting where all perspectives, voices, and opinions are welcome. Please refrain from speaking while another person has the floor. We have a quorum, although Ms. Schmidt is not here right at this moment, but all board members are in attendance. I'd call on Nancy Young for the Pledge of Allegiance. Call for a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
And I second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And one abstain, so motion carries 3-0. Public comment regarding meeting agenda. Let me read that really quick. At this time, the governing board welcomes public comments pursuant to Education Code 35145.5. Public comment at special board meetings may only be received concerning items posted on the agenda. Speakers attempting to speak on topics not listed on the agenda will be stopped and asked to return to their seats. Individuals wishing to address the board are requested to complete a request to address the Board of Education card located at the entrance of the boardroom and submit it to the executive assistants to the superintendent and board. In accordance with Board Bylaw 9323, individual speakers shall be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. First up, Emily Brooks, followed by Chris Tomassian.
Good afternoon. I feel like I'm skipping school to be here today. Thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to speak today, Mr. Andrews. As I said at the last meeting when you guys were discussing whether to appoint or to have an election, I think it's really important as you go through all the candidates today that you consider the importance of having a diverse board. Diversity of opinion is very important, and it helps to avoid the dangers of groupthink. Mr. Pardue is a teacher of history and government. I assume you took some classes in political science. They teach the dangers of groupthink. When everyone on the board thinks alike, they pick people who think just like them. They're bound to make errors because they're not being confronted and challenged in their beliefs. So as you go through the applications today and listen to folks, please be willing to open your minds a little bit and choose someone you might not be super comfortable with. They might not agree with you 100% on the politics or the social issues, but they're going to be able to get the job done and do it well in a way that represents the entire community. Keep in mind, each of you up there received, a couple thousand votes to hold those seats. It's not a mandate. There are probably more students in each individual high school than there are votes that you guys got. So just keep that in mind. Choose the person who can best serve our community, not the one who's going to help you push your agenda, as we've seen over the last year or so. Ms. Briggs, I'm really concerned because at the last meeting, you basically identified a bright line issue that you're going to use. Anyone who doesn't address that issue or agree with you, I'm afraid you're just not even going to consider them, even if all their experience would otherwise make them very qualified. That issue really has nothing to do with how a school board runs. It has nothing to do with the business of keeping a district open, keeping the facilities working, making sure our kids have the best possible curriculum, fantastic teachers. That's what your job is. And those social issues that you get so caught up on, they're just not relevant, and please don't use them to avoid or exclude a highly qualified candidate. There is at least one candidate you're going to see today who's served on a board before, who has extensive experience with parent engagement, how the schools run. Please give her a chance, even if she might not line up exactly on that one criteria that you focused on. We all just pledged allegiance to that flag. We said liberty and justice for all. some of those things you're trying to use to exclude folks, they don't follow that, right? Liberty and justice for everybody includes that one kid who might be trans, who might be a little bit different. You can't exclude them just because you don't agree with the way they live. So please, today, everybody, keep an open mind, avoid the dangers of groupthink, pick someone who just might challenge you a little bit, make you refine your own arguments, refine the way you think, and help us find the absolute best possible person to support our schools going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chris Tomasian is followed by Jane L'Oreal.
Good afternoon, pretty early for a meeting, huh? I have had the privilege of knowing Ellen Larson for more than 30 years, and I can say with complete confidence that few individuals possess her depth of knowledge about public education or her passion for family and community engagement. Ellen's professional career reflects a commitment to empowering parents and strengthening school communities. As a family engagement consultant at the Riverside County Office of Education, she co-led the Parent Engagement Leadership Institute for 13 years, supporting school districts across the county in building authentic partnerships with families. Her expertise is widely recognized. She has authored materials for national publications and served as an advisor to the California Department of Education Family Engagement Toolkit, shaping policies and practice at the state level. In Murrieta, Ellen is most known for her PTA leadership and parent advocacy. After moving to the community in 1989, she founded the Murrieta Valley Council PTA in 1992, serving as its first president. Her leadership extended to 23rd District PTA, representing all of Riverside County, where she served as district president from 1995 to 97. In 2001, the board decided to fill a vacancy left when the trustee representing Area 3 moved. Following interviews, the board appointed Ellen to serve. As you all know, there is an overwhelming amount of information that board members are required to know, right? Ellen, as a former board member and Murrieta school volunteer for over 30 years, is clearly the best prepared for this position. Even today, Ellen remains deeply involved in our local schools, serving on the Partnership for Thriving Students and Families and the School Site Council at MCA, where her grandson Gavin attends. If you are looking for someone who has demonstrated her commitment to families, you will appoint Ellen. Her longstanding dedication, professional expertise, and genuine care for students and families make her an exceptional candidate, and I strongly recommend her for this position on the school board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jane Delorio, followed by Bob Cowell.
Hi, all. I'm here to speak briefly in support of Ellen Larson. My understanding is that she's highly qualified. She served on the Murrieta Valley School Board before. She worked in parent and family engagement for decades, and unlike two of the current board members, she has these decades of experience. I would point that out. And I want to remark briefly about, I noticed that former member Julie Vandergrift is running again. She ran already, she lost. The voters have already spoken on that issue. She has only homeschooled her own children. She did not have her own children in public school. I don't understand why that person would even be somebody that you would consider. I highly support Ellen Larson. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Cowell, followed by Laura Jones.
Dear Board, I understand that this has to do with partisan versus nonpartisan because it does happen to do with who you select and who you don't select. So it may not sound like I'm talking about the issue exactly, but it is talking about the issue. During the public comments today and at the October 14th meeting, one person stood up and said we needed to leave politics out of our discussion. But then they went on to argue that we need to put a polar opposite in politics to replace Yvonne Munoz, who never held back on her leftist mindset. That's not leaving politics out, that's putting in front and center. A former member of the board said that everything was going to be smoothly, excuse me, was going so smoothly before the current board, U3. The current board was elected to counter the partisan nonsense that was going on while previous boards made students digest partisan doctrine. This became apparent when parents saw what was being taught to students during COVID. Trust me, the teachers union would fight anything from the federal state government created that taught students about conservative values like those of Charlie Kirk, a spokesman for freedom of thought and speech. One person said that there wasn't enough toilets for girls. I don't even want to go on this one. A partisan person said she was teacher of the year. Who made her that? The left-wing teachers union? There was only one reasonable person that spoke last time. She was a teacher that disagreed with everything the left-wing partisan teacher of the year said. I want to thank her. She was great. She wanted to teach the kids, not indoctrinate them, as was done before the current board. I want to thank the new board for taking the arrows that many of us aren't willing to take. You three are the best there is, and you are great. Stick in there, and we can put the system back to normalcy instead of nonsense. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Lord Jones?
Hello. I am here to express my support for Ellen Larson to fill the vacant board position for Trustee Area 3. I find it extremely disappointing that you have declined to hold a special election to allow the residents of Trustee Area 3 to choose their representative on this board. However, here we are, so I am obligated to remind you that the residents of Trustee Area 3 rejected Mrs. Vandegrift and her partisan agenda in favor of Mrs. Munoz's focus on fiscal responsibility and good governance for the district and academic achievement and mental welfare for all students. School board member is meant to be a nonpartisan position, but too often I have seen this board focus on culture wars and right-wing talking points. It detracts from the board's stated mission to inspire every student to think, to learn, to achieve, to care. I implore you to put aside your own political agenda and to focus on the kids. And yes, Mrs. Briggs, that includes the kids that you don't see as normal, as you so blithely called them at the meeting on September 17th. It is abundantly clear that Mrs. Larson is dedicated to MVUSD and to forging strong relationships between students, parents, educators, and administrators. Her involvement with MVUSD since 1989, her copious volunteer work and service to our schools, and her professional experience with MVUSD and the Riverside County Office of Education provide her with a unique and unparalleled understanding of the needs of our students and educators. So once again, I implore you to focus on the qualifications of the applicants and their ability to effectively govern our wonderful school district. Do not allow yourself to be swayed by your perceptions of an applicant's political leanings or how you think they will vote on your single issue obsession. I say again, the school board is meant to be nonpartisan and in support of all students. Please always keep that in mind as you sit on that dais and cast your votes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think we have one online comment. Mrs. Schmidt, would you mind reading that for us?
Sure. This is from Jeremy Murphy. I appreciate the board considering my comment. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend due to the meeting start time. In March, Nick made it clear that we need to remember there are new board members who were only in their 4th meeting at the time, and they are still learning how the board works. In May, after 7 meetings, Eleanor said she was still learning how the board operates. With only a handful of meetings between this election tonight and the next election, there won't be many opportunities for the new board member to learn on the job. Therefore, it is imperative that you select someone with prior school board experience. In January, Nick emphasized the work that needed to be done by the new board. There are critical decisions facing the board in the short term, and in no time to onboard a candidate who is brand new to governing public schools. If you truly cared about moving MVUSD forward, you would choose a candidate who can hit the ground running. because they have decades experience in public schools and serving on public school boards.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to our one agenda item, board vacancy applicant interviews. The board received a total of 12 applications that met residency and voter registration requirements for the provisional appointment to fill the trustee area 3 vacancy. However, Ms. Kelly Schmidt is unavailable to participate in today's interviews. So we will be hearing from 11 candidates. Each board member will ask the candidate an interview question. Following the conclusion of these interviews, the board will deliberate in public session and take action to make a provisional appointment. I will call on each applicant at their assigned interview time and invite them to make a 1-minute opening statement. Excuse me. First up, we don't have to wait till 2:45, right?
No, we don't have to wait till 2:45, but we do need to keep in mind that, because we didn't know how long public comment was going to be.
Sure.
This is our best estimate.
Okay.
Very unscientific, but our best estimate on the times. So I know that Ms. Larson is in the audience now.
Yes, I see
And
that.
so we can, but at some point in time, we may need to wait because of timing.
Sure, sure. It will be a long day. So we have all the time we need. Ms. Ellen Larson, if you wouldn't mind giving your opening statement early, and then we can get it started.
Good afternoon, Board. Dr. Andrus, it's a pleasure to be here. My opening statement, 4 years ago, I stood right here on this day, on this exact date, doing the exact same thing. So, a little deja vu.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I guess. So I believe that I have the experience and the competence to be a productive and effective board member. I've been a member of boards at state, district, county, and state levels, school levels, thereby learning boardsmanship skills, gaining collaborative experience, and accomplishing goals. My engagement in this district, as you've heard from some of the public comments, which I did not set up, throughout the past 36 years has proven that I am vision-focused, thorough, competent, and goal-oriented. I believe in a high-quality, equitable education for all students, a safe and secure learning environment, the hiring of exceptional staff, and providing outstanding professional development for them, maintaining a high level of parental and community involvement with a commitment to learning at school and at home, and fiscal accountability. My focus has been and will remain on promoting exceptional student achievement and the engagement of parents, families, and staff to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Did you want the, is that what the sequence for? So she doesn't have to stand?
If you'd like to sit, you can.
I'm good. Thank you.
I think we all do.
There's an extra cup.
What I thought we would do is
I can take one back, so Dr. Andrus can have.
I have them if you.
All right. My thought was that we just go 1, 2, 3, 4 down the aisle here. So, Ms. Young, if you don't mind starting us off.
Okay. So what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
There is a Southern California school district who has the mission statement that I believe aptly describes the basic purpose of public schools. It is every child learning whatever it takes. Simple, easy to remember. Public schools exist to educate and academically and socially prepare children for college, careers, the workforce, and civic responsibility. Students need to be supported through their public education journey so that they can become confident, capable learners that become lifelong learners, whatever it takes. The role of the board is to ensure that school districts are responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of the community. Boards can accomplish this through setting the direction for the district that is focused on student learning and achievement, establishing an effective structure that hires and evaluates the superintendent, adopts board policies and administrative regulations, and supports high academic expectations. Providing support through being knowledgeable about the district and upholding its mission and values, incorporating evaluation and assessment tools that ensure high standards in all areas of the district, and continually advocating for students, families, and schools.
All right, thank you. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? How would you fulfill your role, and how will your role as a trustee differ from an administrator's role?
Okay. The primary role of a Board of Education member is to set policy reflective of the community's values, to oversee the operation of the institution so that learning continuously improves, and monitor the wise use of resources to support the mission of learning. As an individual, I will fulfill that role through increasing my existing boardsmanship and parliamentary skills, communicating both vertically and horizontally, using my self-efficacy, knowledge, and experience, and acting with dignity and grace to keep student learning and achievement as the primary focus of the district. As a member of the governing board, I would fulfill that role through governing within the board-adopted bylaws, policies, and procedures, communicating the common vision of the board, serving in a professional manner within an atmosphere of collaboration and mutual trust, ensuring that the board's objectives are aligned with community values, listen to constituents, and focus on closing the student opportunity gaps to keep the district riveted on increasing learning and achievement of all students. Administrators, whether they are at the district or the school site, are responsible for implementing, monitoring, and evaluating the policies that the board approves. They provide the instructional leadership for staff, work to improve the learning environment, and advance the academic progress of students.
Thank you, Ellen. On 3, how does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations on important policy issues?
So the board has the responsibility to engage the community in appropriate and meaningful ways. And there are many opportunities to do that within this district. Parents and families have access to parent advisory councils, PTAs or PTCs or PTOs, school site councils, and other volunteer groups which offer opportunities to learn leadership skills, to receive current information on various educational topics, to represent parents and families in the decision-making process, to create action plans that include recommendations on specific topics, and engage families in the development of educational policies. I serve the district as a key communicator, and in that role, my responsibility is to share accurate and current information to the community when asked or approached. I appreciate the dissemination of accurate information from the district, and have shared that information on a number of occasions in a number of places. This role allows for listening to and hearing from constituents throughout the community, thus allowing for their voices to be added to the discussions and the decision-making. Let me turn my page. So as parents and community members become more engaged in the process, the educational process of this district, they move from being just aware of what's going on to becoming more involved in what's going on, to becoming engaged, and then finally to become a true educational partner with the board, with the staff, with the students in this district.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Ellen. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Oh, you're doing great. Question 4. There are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
The issue I selected, which you probably will not be surprised, is parents' rights. With my background, training, and experience in family engagement, I've been immersed in this arena for over 30 years. So parents' rights, when you look at what they are, they include, but it's not an all-inclusive list, the right to visit a school, to observe a classroom or classrooms, obviously with permission from the site administrator, participating in parent-teacher conferences, volunteering, supporting student attendance, receiving test results, determining school selection, ensuring safe school environments, reviewing curriculum, monitoring their students' academic progress, and having access to their students' records. And most of these rights are very familiar to parents. In addition to those rights, there are some rights that parents may not be familiar with. These include helping to establish and review standards, participating in the development of school rules, participating in councils and committees, and contributing to policy development. So while a lot of this information is available to parents through district and school site communications, in my opinion, it would also be valuable to use various marketing schools to heighten the awareness and the knowledge and the participation of parents. They just may not know how they can participate. So getting that information out would be beneficial. Gathering parent voices and views, studying state and federal law, considering staff input, and putting aside my own personal values, I would consider myself prepared to vote in the best interest of students and parents.
That was a great question. It was.
One more.
This is time permitting, and we have time. Describe your response of a parent connected with you in the grocery store and ask for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child.
I'm glad we have time for this question because this happened to me. And when I was serving as the council PTA president in 1993, this happened in what is now Stater Brothers. At the time it was Lucky's. So 3 different parents approached me to ask questions. I began in the fresh fruits and vegetables section and answered those questions, and then I'm trying to do my shopping, and I moved to the frozen food aisle, and somebody saw me and stopped me and asked a question. And then finally, about 2.5 hours later, I was answering questions in the deli section. So I've had this experience. What I did each time was to listen to their concern, suggest that they contact their child's teacher if it was a classroom thing, or the appropriate district or site administrator, and then give either the teacher or the administrator an opportunity to try to rectify whatever the situation is with that parent's input, and follow up a week or two later and see if any progress has been made or if they need to regroup and do something a little different. Most often, those parents wanted to go directly to the superintendent. And I said, no, there's a process to go through before you get to that point. And usually, if you follow that process, the situation can be rectified at some other level rather than with the superintendent.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate, no follow-up questions, we have agreed? Does anyone, do you have a question?
We're not supposed to do that.
Only unless there's a clarifying question.
Clarifying question.
Great job, Ellen. Thank you very much.
Sounds like
Appreciate your experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a note, I'm going to be leaving this meeting to go to the school site council meeting at MCA, but I'll be back.
Tell Gavin we said hi.
Yeah, thank you.
Is our next person here already or not yet?
Julie Vanderger for 305.
Mr. Chad Williams, if you're here and ready to participate, welcome.
Thanks for being willing. We're just so ahead of the game here,
Yeah.
time-wise.
Sounds good. Hopefully we can all get home early.
Thank you.
I want to thank the MVUSD board for allowing me the opportunity to interview for the open trustee role. I greatly appreciate MVUSD. I can name many individuals that have had a positive impact on my son at Antelope Hills Elementary School. My son was placed with my husband and me through the foster care system when he was 2 years old. We have since adopted him and love him more than he will ever know. My son is on the autism spectrum, has childhood trauma, has 2 dads, and possibly ODD. The deck is stacked against him. But at Antelope Hills, he continues to make progress, moving from a special education class to a general education class and improving year after year, but not without challenges. As you can imagine, my son doesn't always make the right decisions the first time. So second chances happen a lot in our household, and we hope he learns from his mistakes once he has time to reflect on them.
So what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
Awesome. The public education system is the foundation of this country. Public schools should be a place where each student receives a quality education that sets them up for success, regardless of their race, religion, sexual orientation, disability, citizenship, and the list goes on and on. The Board of Education's role is to ensure the administration is allowing and encouraging each student to reach their full potential. The board's role also includes making sound financial decisions for the district to set the district up for long-term success within its means. What the board's role should not be is to make policies that discriminate against students, violate laws, and cause unnecessary legal battles for the district.
All right. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? How would you fulfill your role? And how will your role as a trustee differ from an administrator's role?
When reflecting on this question, it made me think of my experience with school board representatives. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, and my school board representative was Arden Tewksbury. Mr. Tewksbury is an amazing person. He's the definition of a servant leader. He started serving on the school board in 1962 and recently announced that he would not be seeking re-election. This would give him 64 years of continuous service, making him the longest serving school board member in the country. Yes. So many generations. While in school, I had the opportunity to interact with Mr. Tewksbury many times. As a student, he was always willing to listen and ask questions to learn. As an advocate for local dairy farmers, he was always teaching and encouraging. I'm sure I didn't agree with every decision that Mr. Tewksbury made, but he always took the time to understand the situation. He made decisions based on what was best for the schools, students, and staff. I never saw him use the board position to push his personal agenda. In full transparency, Mr. Tewksbury is probably a better servant leader than me. After a lifetime of servant leadership, he has way more experience. But I do look at his leadership as the role model for a fair and effective school board member. As a trustee, I would look to the administration for guidance. I believe that information should flow from the administration on what they believe is best for students and staff. The trustees have selected the best people for these roles, and their experience should be seen as an asset and encouraged when making decisions.
Thank you. How does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations on important policy issues?
The very foundation of the school board is for residents to have elected representation for their local schools. Without elected representation, there are no fair opportunities for parents and community members to express their views. If appointed without election, the District 3 trustee will only have to answer to the board members that appointed them, not the voters. So for this board to effectively serve the community, it first needs to start with elected representation for all.
Okay, thank you. Question 4. There are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
Lots going on in this question.
Lots.
It really made me think of the challenges facing the education system today, and it seems like the list continues to grow every day. I could discuss the 32 students in 4th and 5th grade classrooms. I could discuss the continuously evolving special education needs. I could discuss funding cuts. I could discuss the growing threats of violence to schools, but I'm going to discuss civics and share a personal experience. As I shared, I grew up in a small town. My whole district growing up is probably about 20% of the size of District 3 alone. School, pre-K through vocational school, all in one school. Mr. Surface was the longtime superintendent of Elk Lake School District. Mr. Surface was very present in the school. He knew many of the students and probably taught your parents. As Mr. Tewksbury holds the record for the longest serving school board member, Mr. Surface may have held the record for making the most students wet themselves. He was intimidating. When he retired, the new superintendent did not have these same relationships. For one reason or another, they didn't last long. At this point, Mr. Surface was on the school board, and our new superintendent was appointed. I happened to make a comment in my 9th grade civics class about the new superintendent being a puppet superintendent because we all believed that Mr. Surface was now back in control. Mr. Morahan, my civics teacher, being the great teacher he was, turned my comment into a teaching opportunity. But first, he offered to call the new superintendent to the class so I could share my belief. As you can imagine, I declined this offer. As this was a civics class, Mr. Morahan went on to explain the role of the school board and how this elected position is sometimes the most important vote that a voter has and is also the vote that's most likely to have a direct impact on your family. One of the greatest challenges facing District 3 is the lack of elected representation. When deciding on how to vote on a complex issue, the very first thing I would do is put my personal opinions aside. As stated previously, I feel the board should look at the administration for guidance in these challenging areas. They are the true experts on what's best for students and staff. From there, listening to the residents, students, and community leaders. From there, if I was still conflicted, I would do independent research to ensure that I'm including all relevant information. When making decisions, I would make sure that it didn't violate any laws or discriminate against anyone and was fair at the end of the day. Using this model and reflecting on my 9th grade civics class, I can tell you I would not have voted to take away elected representation from District 3. Clearly, I am disappointed that that District 3 will not have an elected representative. So I have a proposed solution. I'm asking the board to appoint me to the open seat. Once sworn in, I will resign, allowing the board to give the residents of District 3 the opportunity to elect their own representative. This will be the quickest path to legitimate representation for District 3, avoiding any appeals, challenges, or recalls. I'm definitely happy to answer the fifth question. If I was fairly elected to the board, I would actively listen to the, oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to read it? My apologies. I've got it right here. Okay. If I was fairly elected to the board, I would actively listen to the concerned parent and ask appropriate questions to seek understanding. If it's an area that I was knowledgeable about, I would share. If not, and I thought the question needed follow-up, I would bring it back to the appropriate administration. So thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you.
Oh, Mrs. Vandergrift is here.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Vandergrift. My husband and I have lived in Murrieta since 1990 and raised our 6 children here, and they were educated exclusively through public schools. I served on the school board from December 2022 to December 2024. My main concern today is for the students. We have a graduation rate of 96%, which sounds pretty good. Yet, looking at the most recent test score reporting just released to the public a couple weeks ago, the results illuminate a fraud perpetrated on our students. More than 1 out of 5 11th graders are not reading to standard, and more than half, 61%, are not meeting math standards. Yet, at this age, they are being asked to sign student loan contracts with lifelong consequence. Going forward in their lives, every single year, they will have to navigate the open enrollment period of their health insurance. Without reading and math skills, they will be easy prey for manipulation of all kinds. It is time to get serious about serving the critical education needs of our students.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Young, you're up.
Okay, what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
The basic purpose of public schools is to fulfill the mandate of the local community, to educate children in foundational academic skills. The Board of Education oversees this process, ensuring that public funds are utilized in a transparent, effective way. Given the unacceptable test scores and the dismal budget outlook in California, the board must prioritize the basics. Page 6 of the 160-page 2025-2026 LCAP celebrates, quote, success. Quote, Murrieta Valley USD has demonstrated success in the majority of metrics on the 2024 dashboard, including English language arts performance, mathematics performance, etc. The first step would be for the board to honestly acknowledge the disservice to our students and community of the following test scores. So I'm just going to go a quick recap. English language arts first, math second, starting from the lower grades, ending in 11th grade. So students not meeting the standard in English language arts. Grade 3, 41% not meeting. Grade 4, 44%. Grade 5, 36.5%. Grade 6, 41%. Grade 7, 35%. Grade 8, 40%. Then grade 11, not meeting is much improved, 23.56%. However, that means more than 1 out of every 5 11th graders do not read at standard. And then next year in 12th grade, 96% of them graduate. In math, much worse. Grade 3, 42% do not meet the standard, 47% in grade 4, 52% in grade 5. Grade 6, 53% do not meet the standard. Grade 7, 55% do not meet the standard. Grade 8, 53%. And then horribly, in grade 11, 61.28%, more than half of 11th graders do not meet math standards. but 96% go on next year to graduate. So this demands a rebalancing of funds for more math and reading teachers and a reduction in personnel devoted to dressing up the statistics.
Right. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? How would you fulfill your role, and how will your role as a trustee differ from an administrator's role?
The primary role of a trustee is understanding the operation of the district and providing vision and oversight on behalf of the community, tied strictly to the outcomes that parents and community members are expecting as a result of their investment and mandate. Administrators, on the other hand, implement the mandate.
All right, thank you, Julie. How does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations on important policy issues?
That is a very great question. So an effective school board encourages parents and community members to engage by giving them access to, via all the means available, but especially by signaling openness to listening and keeping board meetings focused and to the point, respecting everyone's time and presence. So we have some measures for transparency and parent engagement. So the first one I want to talk about is the LCAP. And part of goal 4 of the LCAP, which this is referred to on page 69 with the parent survey, the parents were asked, how much do you feel the school values your opinion? And the latest report said 54% of parents said the school values their opinion, which is of course, that's not at all acceptable. The other measure we have, the school accountability report card. The state priority goal number 3 relates to, quote, efforts the school district makes to seek parent input in making decisions, unquote. The report card lists several measures, including, this is something Murrieta did. All district parents were invited by email to register for one of 5 superintendent advisory councils. So I attended several of these, as Dr. Andrus will attest, and the turnout, considering that every parent in the district was sent an invitation, these meetings were extremely small. Most of the people there, I believe, were employees, and I did invite some parents myself. And the feedback I got from those parents was that they did not really feel very welcome, first of all. There was no, I didn't know that they were supposed to have a name tag, so there were name tags on the desk, and there was not one for them. And then they kind of felt that they were interrogated, like, okay, well, who are you, and why are you here? So I don't think they felt that was a very open engagement opportunity. I have 2 more on that topic. The Parent Engagement Center was mentioned on page 74 of the LCAP. It says, student achievement is positively impacted when parents are treated as valued partners in their child's education, and goes on to measure training and resources for parents. So imagine my surprise when on August 12th, the board was being asked, this is just this past August, the board was being asked to approve $800,000 in grant money, which there were a lot of attachments. There was a link for a video which didn't work. But anyway, managed to discover that this was all about, it wasn't about academics whatsoever. It was about funneling students maybe by their answers to the Panorama survey, maybe observations by teachers or social workers on campus, to be referring children using their parents' insurance cards for services to all kinds of medical people, doctors, psychiatrists, the whole gamut. And of course, the kicker was in the parent center, the students, not the parents, the students who were going to be receiving medical services of who knows what kind, the parents would not know what those were. And so that's a very odd way to increase parent engagement. And then lastly, also recently, at the September 7th meeting, there was an agenda item whether or not we should join an amicus brief having to do with Title IX and sex-segregated spaces. And anyway, a parent came to express his concerns and his experience, and employees in the district harassed, interrupted, intimidated, booed, and then actually our superintendent told the man that he needed to direct his comments to something that related to the agenda item, which he was. So I can just tell you, if you worked in the private sector and you undermined your company's stated goals, like parent engagement in this case, they would bring you a box and tell you to put all your stuff in the box and tell you to turn in your phone and your badge and you'd be gone. So that's just unacceptable. So.
Okay, hi. So question number 4. There are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
All right, thank you. Well, the most important issue in education in California that I see is the usurpation by the state of California of local control of our schools. Because public education operates in a monopolistic environment, parents face really difficult choices. And my personal values and beliefs are that parents are the best advocates for their own children. And my votes were and always will be to support families, which is what I believe the community expects of the school district. And in my previous board tenure, I advocated for transparency with parents, curriculum accountability, compliance with school bond law. Today, parents are coming forward to advocate for their children's private spaces. Interestingly, the Murrieta District's comprehensive sexual education program teaches the concept of consent, and I have a picture of that right here. Yes means yes. I don't know if you're familiar with that. So yeah, consent is the holy grail here. However, parents are discovering that the program teaches the concept of yes means yes, but that consent is irrelevant in locker rooms and bathrooms. Not only are they not being asked for their consent to undress in front of a member of the opposite sex, but in contradiction to the principles taught in our sex ed curriculum, you can't even say, no, I don't want to undress in front of the opposite sex. No does not mean no. So consent is out the window, and I guess we're supposed to take the title Healthy Youth Act seriously, which I don't think is serious. And I think that's all for me.
All right. We have one last question, since we have 4 minutes. It says, describe your response if a parent connected with you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child. So I phrased that poorly. Ask for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child. So they're asking for you.
Well, I mean, obviously, I think they should go to their teacher first and try to work it out there. And I mean, there's a pretty clear chain of command, actually. So then they go to the teacher, and if it's not resolved there, go to the site administration. And if it's not resolved there, then, you know, I would suggest just sending an email to the whole board and the superintendent, and then the superintendent can direct it to where it needs to go. That would be my short answer.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Can you tell us which public schools your kids went to?
Oh, well, that's kind of a personal question, but I guess I'd be happy. So Tenaha Canyon Academy, Julian Charter School, Dehesa Charter School, Pacific Coast Academy, and Mission Vista Academy, all public schools.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not yet.
Not yet, so we got a little bit of a break.
So we can take a recess for a few moments.
Let's take a recess until we get our next, it looks like we could have 2 potentially by the time we get started with the next round.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be recessed until then. All right, we'd like to get started again. It looks like we have 2 more candidates have showed up. Mr. Dale Velk, if you're ready, come forward, please.
I thought John Pearl was walking up to that podium for a second there.
Hey.
I was going to say, I don't know, you got to be in the trustee.
Do you want me to just start?
Yeah,
All right.
Opening statement.
All me. All right. Well, good evening, board. My name is Dale Velk. I've been a community member now for the last 27 years. I moved here in 1998. My kids, they grew up in Murrieta. My kids went to Rail Ranch Elementary, and they went to Vista Murrieta High School. A little bit about my background, in case you don't know. For the past 37 years, I've been heavily involved in education. I started out in Desert Sands Unified School District. I was a teacher. I was a history teacher. I was a coach. I coached baseball, coached football, coached golf. I became an athletic director while I was out there. Then I became an assistant principal at Palm Desert High School. From Palm Desert High School, I moved out to Murrieta Valley High School. At Murrieta Valley High School, I was an assistant principal. And then I also, after a few years at Murrieta Valley High School, I became the principal at Thompson Middle School. I did that for 14 years and then came up to the district office for the last 9 years. I just retired in June. I was the director of student support. And my job basically was that handled a lot of the problems that came to the district. Handled all of its safety, oversaw athletics, oversaw activities, did those types of things. Anytime a parent was having a problem, I got the call. My child's getting bullied. This is what's going on. So I've had a lot of interaction with the community. The reason why I'm here actually is have a lot invested into the district, 27 years. It's been very successful, and I really just want to help out. And I'm hoping, I can hit the ground running. I know a lot of the policies, procedures, and, we can work together and start moving forward.
Oh, okay. So what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
All right, I'm going to go quick because I see that clock ticking. I believe our job is to prepare students to be successful contributing members of society. I think in order to do that, we need to continue to focus on core subject areas. Our kids have to know those. I also think that we should focus on technology. The world is changing. We have to prepare kids for the 21st century. And so we have to make sure that we're doing those things. They have to be prepared for the world because the world is changing around us. 2 things I did want to talk about, though, is I think, too, ever since COVID, we need to work with our kids on resiliency. We need to talk to them about perseverance. So many times I see students or I see young adults, when the going gets tough, they say, it's too hard, I quit. I can't do it. It's too much. The boss asked me to take on some additional responsibility. He's going to give me a little raise. I don't want to do it. And so I think we really need to stress that successful people are, the world is a tough place and life is tough and it's going to knock you down. And the majority of people that are successful are the people that get back up, brush themselves off, and keep moving forward. So I think we need to stress that. Another thing I'd really like to see our district continue to work on is patriotism. I'm big in patriotism. I was an American history teacher. I used to do a lesson. We live in the greatest country ever. And unfortunately, for the last 5, 6 years, ever since COVID, mainstream media and even social media, they just keep telling us everything, what's wrong. There's no equity. It's not equal. You deserve more. That 1%, boy, they're taking advantage of you. We live in the greatest country, and we need to express that. Our parents used to do that with us. Our teachers used to do that with us. But then what's happened because of social media, I think a lot of the parents, they've drank the Kool-Aid, and they're sitting there just complaining when we need to be more positive about where we live. I'll do this very quickly. A simple lesson that, I wish we would do. I used to do it when I taught at Thanksgiving time. Instead of just going around the room saying, what are you thankful for? Put 2 columns on a piece of paper, yes or no. Today when we leave this room, do you have a place to stay? Yes. Does that place have running water? Yes. Does that place have hot water? Yes. Does that place have a refrigerator? Yes. And you just start going through things. Do you have a big screen TV? Yes. Oh, do you have a cell phone in your pocket? Yes. Oh, Do you have a car? Yes. Do you have 2 cars? When you start going through, you start to realize that when we live in this country, just living in this country, we are in the wealthiest 10% of the people in the world. When you start adding those things in, swimming pools, and oh, do you have an RV? And oh, you have a second home? You're in the top 3%. And you're going to sit there and just try to bash the 1% because you have a boat, but they've got a yacht. And so that's not fair, you know? So I want to tear them down. So I think we need to focus on patriotism. We need to focus on resiliency. And then, of course, I think that is the role, obviously, with public schools.
All right, I'm not going to modify it too much, but considering you're an administrator, this is an interesting question for you, I think, unique. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? And I think I'd add also like a differentiation between as coming in from the administrative world where you know most of the people in the district.
Sure.
And now fulfilling this as a trustee. How would you fulfill your role, and how will your role as a trustee differ from an administrator's role?
Okay. Well, I think our job is to oversee the educational program, right? We want to make sure that the district is following the mission, goals, what they're going for. I think it's important that we remind them that we always want to have a safe, nurturing environment. Learning doesn't take place unless you've got those things. That's what I believe that we want to do. Because I was in the role that I was in, where I did investigations and I worked with attorneys and I did those types of things, I totally get it. And so I do have to separate myself from that. I'm available if people want to talk or they want to kick things around. But if something does come my way, then you know, there's in my area, there's a concern or whatever. My job is to bring that forward to the superintendent. I have complete faith and trust in the district administrators that they're going to handle it, that it's going to be handled well and it's going to be handled right. In all my years, you know, there's times where we've dropped the ball, but we admit to it and we move forward and we try to make it right. And so I get it. I cannot get involved. It's not my job. I have to defer to district administration.
All right, Eleanor, I think you're up.
It's good to see you again, Dale. And by the way, we went to David Long and did a tour. No, after our meeting, and we were wondering what that was.
Oh, very good, good.
So, great job. You have a good protege that you raised up in. How does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations or important policy issues?
Okay, so I know everybody here has a district email, and so parents can contact you through email. I also know that they can come to school board meetings and they can talk about their concerns. But I also know the board has been very good that when the school board meeting ends, you guys typically hang out in the lobby. And so if there is that person that's not comfortable coming up to this microphone, they can catch you at the end and go, hey, can I talk to you for a second? There's something that's really bothering me. This is what's going on. And I think it's our job that we want to listen intently, obviously. You know, we want to have compassion for people. People are going through stuff. I learned that in my job, that it's never cut and dry. There's multiple sides to every story. But what we can do is, you know, again, you've got email, we've got school board meetings, we have school functions. I go to a bunch of school functions, and over the years, I've gone to hundreds. Now that I'm retired, I'll have that opportunity to do even more. I mean, whether it's a fall festival, whether it's homecoming, whether it's a dance, whether it's every 15 minutes, you know, whether it's a football game. And I do something unique, and I've done it my whole time that I've been in the district office. When I go to a sporting event, I go and sit in the stands. I don't necessarily hang out in the end zone, hang out with the administrator. I go in the stands and I just act like a regular Joe. And people will talk to me and I'll say, hey, how's things going? What's going on? Da, da, da. And I don't identify who I was. But I think you give people opportunities face to face to let you know how things are really going. That's what helps.
Okay, now question number 4. There are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
Okay. All right. Well, I think, you know, a couple of things. I want to double check something real quick. One of the things I think is again, we have to be genuine with people, right? We want to listen to their concerns and we want to find out. On the important issues, it's important, obviously, that we know the law. And I do have experience with the law, and I do have experience working with our attorneys. When it comes to some of these issues, though, here's my fundamental belief. I really believe that politicians up in Sacramento, people who have never worked in the school system, they have put together policies, they've put together laws that focus on their political gain more than, hey, what's best for kids or what's best for public education. And so what the politicians, what they should be doing is they should be working with educational leaders, because what we do in education is we're fixers. We see a problem, how can we make this work? So I'm going to talk about 3 real quick. So, biological boy in the girls' locker room. That's something that doesn't make sense to me, all right? There's no reason why that should be happening, and to be quite honest with you, it could have been avoided. I was at the middle school. All of you remember middle school. You learn that, hey, you've got to go change clothes. There are dozens of kids that are uncomfortable. It is not a trans issue. There's dozens of kids that are uncomfortable, boys and girls, and every one of our schools has single-use bathrooms, and so you're not singling anybody out. And if it would have been presented that way, that, you know what, you want to go change in a single-use bathroom, we can accommodate that. We can make that happen. So that's one. Another one is the Title IX. I was a Title IX coordinator for the district, and so boys playing girls sports makes no sense. Title IX is all about equity, it's about equality, it's about women's rights, it's about making sure that the girls have what the boys have. And so if all of a sudden you're putting boys in there, you've just blown Title IX out of the water. It makes no sense. The third one, parent rights. I believe parents should have the right to know. They have to have the right to know. Kids, they can't go to an R-rated movie. They can't go buy a pack of cigarettes. They can't go buy alcohol. They can't drive a car. It's like, those are things that they cannot do. And yet, they could change, they're going to have such a humongous operation, and we're not going to tell the parent? We're not going to communicate? I don't believe in hiding from things. I mean, the whole idea of education is we want to communicate. We don't want to hide from the truth. We don't want to hide behind things. And I know people say, well, that kid could be in danger. Well, I got to believe, I'm going to tell you, I'll use a stereotype, and I know it's wrong, but I'll use it. If you have a truck driver and they have a son that's very feminine, they know it. And if they have a daughter that's very masculine, they know it. It's not like you're letting the cat out of the bag. And so to sit there and say, oh, well, they could be in danger. Well, they're also in danger if you're not informing the parent, because they can make a decision that could affect them the rest of their life, and there's no going back. So those are 3 things that I'm going to let you know right how I feel and how I would vote. I firmly believe that the 1% does not have more rights than the 99%. They can't. Schools were not designed that way. Schools are not built that way. The world is not that way. I talked about it earlier. The world is not a utopia. Since Adam and Eve, it hasn't been a utopia. It's not designed to be a utopia. Like I said, it'll knock you on your rear end, and you got to get back up, and you got to make a decision. But to sit there and say, we're going to put all these kids in a bubble because, oh, well, the PE coach said, come on, guys, and, oh, guys, that's a microaggression. That really bothers me. Okay, we'll put you in a bubble. And no, we need to teach resiliency. We need to you got to get tough. The world's a tough place. And so we can't sit there all the time and try to make exceptions. What I do believe, though, and I guess I missed it in the other question, as board members, we need to work with with city people, county people, state people. We need to work with them on projects, right? My role, because I think you asked the question, Nick, is a little different. I want to work on them on projects. How can we make our schools better? How can we make our community better? How can we do a joint use project with the city to make it better? How can we do things? And on these issues, we have to be careful. I'm going to be straight, but are we reaching out to the federal government for support? Are we reaching out to Pam Bondi going, hey, are you going to back us if we're going to fight this? Are you going to be there for us? That's how I feel about these things. I believe being conservative is the way to go in a school district. I've always been that way. And so I hope we can work together.
Yeah, we kind of ran out of time for that last question, but I have a sense as an administrator, you've probably dealt with this more than a few times, that very last question.
Oh,
about
yeah.
parents. So
Yeah.
I think that it was interesting. I think this is the most interesting one because of the role you've played as an administrator. It kind of crosses over with a lot of our questions. So thank you
Yeah.
very much for being here and putting your name in that.
All right. Thank you for everything that you do, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
She's here. Mrs. Melody Ingram, if you're ready and willing to step forward, that would be wonderful. Looks like we're moving right along pretty quick. Yes. All right.
Forgive me, because in my hurry to get here before my interview time, I left my very well-prepared notes at home, so forgive me.
No problem.
You're going to do great. It's fine.
I'm sure. All right, Ms. Young, I think you're up.
Okay. Do you have an opening statement?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
I do.
skipped.
Again, it was all very nicely written out. I had the privilege, I'm here, well, some of my family made it on time, fully supporting me in this decision. For the past over a decade, I have been involved in so many activities when it comes to the schools, along with my husband on all of his activities. There's only one school I've not been to in this entire city, and it's the one closest to my house, oddly enough. But I have seen the kind of repairs that need to be done. I have seen the kids that need to be produced. I've seen we've produced. They're great. We've been involved in so many different organizations, and seeing them learn in these wonderful schools that we have with our incredible teachers, that it just brings a lot of joy to you. And that is why I've decided to step up and do this in fulfillment for the next year. And I just wanted you to know that I would only be doing this for the year, that I do believe that people have a voice. And with you being the majority of the voice and your decision to choose, saving the district $50,000, that I won't run. I won't run for a re-election. I'll be here just to be 100% on board for the kids.
All right, well, thank you very much. And with that, Mrs. Young, you ready?
Okay. So what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
The public schools are to teach our kids academics. They're to ready them for civil society, civics. Schools are how to function in society. The second part to that question, please, again.
What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
The Board of Education's role is to set policy, to oversee the policy, and ensure that the administrators are doing that. They're to make sure that the budget is in with scope. They're to make sure that our kids and teachers are getting what they need in the classroom to have a good learning environment.
As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? How would you fulfill your role? And how will your role as a trustee differ from an administrator's role?
Administrators run the day-to-day that the board members' policies set. Our role is to ensure that that is happening. Our role is to make sure that every parent has a voice, that every teacher has a voice, and every child has a voice. It's important that they know that their board members stand behind them, no matter the situation, no matter the environment, no matter what comes along, that the board is there to help make sure the schools are there for them.
Thank you. Thanks for going on without your notes, too. You're doing great. How does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations or important policy issues?
I think public settings such as this, at board meetings, coming up and voicing your concerns. Town halls are great. I think going to different schools and having town halls is really great. Gives more parents an opportunity to make it and voice their concerns. It can be through a variety of ways.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so this is a long question, so I know since you don't have your notes, I can repeat any part of it, okay? There are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
Well, they're all important, all those things on that question. I picked reading, the science of reading. Communication is key. If our kids can't communicate with one another, they can't communicate out in the world. And I think that we live too much in 3-second sound bites, and that if they can read and understand fully what they're reading and know the laws, know how to read them, understand the words and the verbiage in there, that they can better be an active member of society and better prepared to be out in the world doing whatever they choose to be. Could you read the other part of that question? I'm sorry.
Fine. Okay, so that's the issue you picked. So then it says, explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
First of all, I would always consider what's best for the kids, what's best for the teachers, what's best for the community when it comes to a vote. You always have to consider, you have to put aside everything and vote what is in the best interest. Is there any more to that question?
No,
I am
that's
so
good.
lost without my notes.
Oh, I know. You're
bad
so
at this.
brave to do this without notes. Let me just say, you're doing amazing. Yeah, it was just, that one's probably not really a controversial one, so you wouldn't really have to think about. But yeah, just when you decide to vote, how do you decide to vote when you explain that?
Always what's best
Yes.
with kids.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we got a little bit of time, and the last question here is just describe your response of a parent connected with you at a grocery store and ask for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child.
I have had a lot of personal experience with this, not in a school board situation, but in a city council situation where people have approached us at the grocery store, at the car wash, or out in public in general with concerns and questions. And I would follow the example of my amazing husband, and I would listen to them very respectfully, and I would respond with them however I felt best at the time, and then I would take and direct them to the appropriate administrator or district official, whatever their concerns, how that related to them, I would direct them to there.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
And thanks for plugging in our upcoming town halls. We have 3 of them. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're up for another break. Just for everyone in the audience to know, the schedule that was put out puts our next speaker at 4:55. We might want to try to see if we can move them along a little quicker if anyone has that contact. But both Josephine Hartley and Courtney Cooper are the next 2, and then John Leonard, just so you know. So with that being said, we are way ahead of schedule by an hour, and so we do have some time. I think the direction was 7 o'clock was when we wanted them to come back afterwards. So anyone who's in the audience and has already gone through the interview questions, just so you know, we do have some time here. I would say we will probably be an hour ahead of time. So I would highly suggest you're back around 6 o'clock if we could move the schedule up. All right, so until then, we have a break, and feel free to mill around and conversate. Thank you.
And get a flyer for the upcoming town halls. We want to see you all there.
All right, I think we're ready to get started again. And I feel like we have the next two speakers are already in the room. So without further ado, Mrs. Josephine Hartley, if you're ready to come forward. And you have your opportunity. You can sit or stand, whichever you're more comfortable with.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Josephine Hartley, aka Josefina, and I have 3 sons who attended Alta Murrieta Elementary and all graduated from Murrieta Mesa. 2 of them are married, and I have 1 grandchild. I have been married for 42 years. My husband and I moved to Murrieta in August of '88 and bought a house. I love this community. And I've seen many changes throughout the years. One being the growing Hispanic community, 43% according to student enrollment. My hope is to represent the parents, teachers, and students who have views that have been dismissed. And my job as an orthodontic assistant in the dental field for 30 years, it allows me to speak to parents, and they share with me their concerns about their children and their schools. And I decided I can be their voice. So I say I am qualified, and madres y padres de familia, yo seré su voz. Gracias.
All right, Ms. Young, I think you have the first question.
Okay. What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
The basic purpose of public school is to educate students in the subjects of reading, writing, and math, and to ensure that they are successful in all school subjects. My role on the board will be to facilitate and oversee learning environment and to elevate the voices of all the families in Murrieta and to make sure that their values are represented, in particular, the Hispanic community. My concern is that students are not reaching their potential, and we are failing the students and their families.
Okay, next question. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? How would you fulfill your role? And how will your role as a trustee differ from that of an administrator?
I believe my primary role will be to improve the relationship between parents and the board and the district. I will fulfill my role by engaging and getting to know more parents and assure that they will not feel dismissed and silenced like Mr. Sanchez, who spoke from Murrieta Mesa, who spoke on the September 17 meeting, and you can watch the meeting online on minute 52. I would also work to improve parents' engagement. And after attending the Latino group and seeing the very small turnout and the leadership speaking at the parents and not really engaging with them, I feel that it can be better. The administrator's role is to carry out the goals of the board, who are there, we are there, to represent the community.
Thank you. So, Ms. Josephine, how does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations or important policy issues?
An effective school board would allow all parents and community members to be heard with respect, even those with different views than mine. I have been involved in my community since 1988, volunteering in homeless outreach and volunteering in the classroom, including providing translation services. Parents should know that their opinions are important, and they should be encouraged to speak at board meetings or email their concerns to the board. And I would encourage parents like Mr. Sanchez to not be intimidated.
Okay, hi. Here's the 4th question, so it's kind of long and detailed. So there are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
An issue in education that I feel strongly about is the so-called Healthy Youth Act, AB 329, otherwise known as sex ed, which became law in California in 2016. When this became law, my children were in school, and that did not represent my values or my friends' values. Many parents were not even aware of this law. There are many things in schools that parents oppose. Student needs are known best by their parents, and while all laws should be considered when voting on school policy, trustees should advocate for their community's values through available legal means. And as a trustee, I would listen respectfully to the staff and their concerns when voting in the best interest of the students and the families. And I have a flyer for AB 329. I've been saving it for many years.
All right. We have time for the fifth question, which is describe your response if a parent connected with you in a grocery store and asked for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child.
I would encourage them to go to the teacher first, and then to the administrator or principal, and then to, if that's not resolved, then contact the board to find a solution or improve understanding. And I can do this because I talk to parents all the time, and I already encourage them to do that. Don't be silent, speak up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job. Okay. Our next speaker, applicant is Ms. Courtney Cooper.
Hello. Good evening almost, isn't it? Sorry, I tried to get here as fast as I can. I came from seeing patients. So my name's Courtney Cooper. I'm 39 years old. I have 2 teenagers in the district. They've actually been in the Murrieta Unified School District since the 1st grade. I'm a local nurse practitioner. I actually, like I said, came from seeing patients to get over here, so this is off the cuff, no speech written. I've heard that this seat became available, and so I felt as a parent with students in the district, me being, already in the community, as a nurse practitioner, already living the service above self, that this would be my civic duty to come in and apply. So I feel that I would bring a lot to the table in the fact that I'm in healthcare, especially when it comes to state bills, assembly bills, things that are currently coming down the pipeline. I would offer my expertise on obviously what we can't violate when it comes to health laws in the district, and I'm looking forward to being a part of this community to be a voice for the parents and be a voice for the children.
Okay. So what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
So as the previous applicant said, obviously, it's a free institution that's designed to prepare children for the workforce, trade school, college, in reading, writing, and arithmetic, to make sure they're educated to go out and be critical thinking employees or business owners, obviously to provide them with the skills to do that job. The role of the Board of Education, let's see, to ensure the quality and standards of education.
All right. I got the next question here. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? How would you fulfill your role? And how will your role as a trustee differ from that of an administrator?
That's 3 parts. So let's see, primary role would be to uphold the community's wants and needs, to be a voice for the community. We should be listening to their opinions, of course, especially when it comes to their children's education. How would I fulfill it? By listening and speaking, being an advocate for them, being a voice for them, bringing certain issues, especially their issues, to the table. And then let's see, how would I differ? My role is different in that obviously I would be appointed now, but then obviously I'd have to run for office and be elected. So the community would see me in play now, if you do choose me, up until the next election of November, and then they can decide based on my input from now until then if they'd like to keep me in the position.
Thank you. How does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations on important policy issues?
So I think town hall meetings, offering Q&As, discussion forums, having public meetings like this, but in addition to one-on-one meetings with parents to discuss their issues at hand. Obviously, we're supposed to be the voice of the community, so how can we do that? By reaching out and seeing what their issues at hand are, whether it's curriculum, whether it's campus safety, traffic issues, you name it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, this question probably has like 3 parts, so.
There's 4.
Yeah, 4, okay. So question 4, there are many important issues in education such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
So my most important issue would be parental rights. Again, going back to what I stated earlier with the assembly bills and state bills being passed down, obviously we can never violate such bills. And so we do have to obviously keep in mind the best interest of the parents and the students. To answer all those questions in regards to all those topics, the voting would always be in the best interest of the child and the parent. It would be based on logic, and then obviously upholding those parental rights while not violating state law and costing the district money. You're welcome.
All right, since we have lots of time here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm in medicine. We speak in bullet point.
Yeah,
It's real quick.
You're doing great. All right. So number 5 is describe your response if a parent were to connect with you at a grocery store and ask for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child.
So I'd listen intently, of course, show respect, see what their main concerns are, obviously, decide if it's a public safety issue, something that law enforcement needs to get involved. I'd have to differentiate the topic at hand and then go up the chain of command. So whether it's the teacher, the principal, having a one-on-one meeting or discussion with the superintendent or anyone else who's supposed to be present per district policies and regulations, and then go from there.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to learn how to speak in bullet point, Britt. I'm going to learn that.
We all need to learn how
We
to.
all need to learn in bullet point.
I don't know if we have any other.
They have not.
Okay, so we are on another, hopefully 10, 15-minute break.
Probably more like 25 minutes. Oh,
He was saying shorter.
oh, shorter.
Well, either way. All right.
But they want them like, settle before.
So about 20 minutes to hang out and socialize some more. We'll be back. All right. I got the loud hammer. Okay, I think we have two more candidates, applicants here. And I think where we're at, let me just make sure.
I think.
Which do we have?
I think Mr. Emmer arrived early.
Okay.
And Mr. Leonard has arrived right on time. So, or a few minutes early also.
Okay. All right.
So whoever you'd
let's
like to
do,
call upon.
yeah, Mr. Emmer, would you be willing to step up first since you've been here for a little bit? So, Mr. Elliot Emmer.
Should always double check. It's great to be here this evening. Thank you so much for inviting me here to speak with the board. I wanted to just share, my name is Elliot Emmer, and my wife and I moved here to the Murrieta area about 11 years ago. She grew up in this area, in this region, and we wanted to come back and raise our family here. We have two young boys in 4th grade and transitional kindergarten here in the district. This makes me a certified expert in finding toys and recovering lost water bottles. If you're a parent, you know. And they're active in scouts, in sports here in the Murrieta area, and we're involved in our local church. Professionally, I'm a senior director of development for the School of Public Policy at UC Riverside. And it's a fancy title to say I work with donors to build scholarships, programs, and to support the institution overall. What we love about this area is that it's a diverse area, and it has many different types of people here in Murrieta. I actually looked this up, and we are a very balanced region politically, and I want to acknowledge that. My goal, if selected for this role, would be to ensure that our students, our families, and our schools have what they need to be successful. If that includes a couple cups of coffee, so be it.
All right, Ms. Young, I think you're up first.
Oops, okay. So what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
Thank you for your question. I think the primary role is to educate students and to prepare them to become members of our society. We have more and more demands being placed on our schools, everything from educating our students to running after-school activities, clubs, sports, food programs. Sometimes I sit in our line when I pick up our kids and I think, are they going to open up a Formula One team? Because they get us in and out of there so quickly. It's incredible. I think the role of the board is that all of these activities and everything that goes on in the district must be done with a spirit of integrity, with safety, and in the best interest of the community. And it's up to the board to ensure that these are fulfilled for the community and the district.
All right. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role, and how would you fulfill your role? And how will your role as a trustee differ from an administrator's role?
It's a great question. Thank you. And before I answer that, I want to acknowledge the administrators, the teachers, the people in this room who work for the Murrieta Valley Unified School District. They have difficult jobs, it's challenging, and they deserve appreciation for what they do here in our district. I do invite them to sit back, relax, and give me your full attention for the next 12 minutes or so. But I think the primary role of the Board of Trustees is to ensure, like I talked about, that our schools are run with a sense of integrity, that they're run safely, and that they operate in the best interests of the community. In terms of how that differentiates from administrators, my sense and understanding is that the board makes important decisions and sets a course of action for the district, and then we depend upon administrators and our teachers and our staff members to fulfill these responsibilities. Trust and collaboration are essential and important to ensuring that this is in alignment and that all of those duties are fulfilled.
Thank you. How does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations on important policy issues?
So as a public entity, it's essential that we give a voice to all the members in the community that we serve and give them an opportunity to come before the board. And I've had an opportunity to see and hear the voices and the members of our community come before this board and share those voices. I think one of the most important roles for a board member is to understand the people that they serve. In a previous role, in my experience, I managed a 60-person board that spanned across 3 different states. Now, the goal was to, every two months, call each of them and talk about what was going on in their respective areas. Well, it ended up being an everyday thing, a couple of people each day, just day after day. But the value and what I learned from that was you have to communicate, you have to engage, you have to listen to what's going on. Talk through the challenges or issues that people are facing. I was very proud of my time in that role. We lost no board members. We didn't have to remove anybody, and it was a record. With 60 people, a lot happens, but we were able to start the year with 60, end the year with 60. To that end, if selected as a Board of Trustee member, I would commit to visiting or meeting with all 24 of the schools here in the Murrieta area by the end of this term in November 2026. And I would love to meet those people and the members of those schools and learn about what their policy issues are, and the parents.
Hi, thank you. There are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
Thank you. Good question. I call it a compound question. In my professional role, I see students who come right out of high school, right? So after they're finished with the K through 12 experience, I see them at a university. So those are the students who choose to go on to higher education. And in my sense, in my experience, I think the #1 issue is career readiness within our students and having them prepared. So they come to university and there are skills gaps. They've learned a lot. Some of them are very intelligent. They're very smart. But I think there's more that we can do as a district to better prepare them for those. In particular, I'm looking at the ability to communicate effectively, the ability to think critically, and the ability to problem solve. And as our world moves towards a more technologically advanced ecosystem, those skills are going to be more important than ever. And so I do my best to train our students when they come to the university and impart that knowledge and provide them internships and jobs and things like that. What I would love to see is a greater engagement between businesses and community leaders with our school district so that our students can get those internships, can get that mentorship, and even an after-school job. When I go to pick up my cup of coffee, it would be great to meet a student maybe who's a junior, senior in high school and has a job after school. I think it's really valuable. I think it's also good that kids learn a little bit about what their parents do every day. I have 2 little kids here today, and they're always wondering, why are you going to work? What do you do? Chance to show them what we do each day. In terms of how I will vote, I'm going to give a lawyer answer, and please forgive me, but it'll depend on the issue that's before the board. And I think it's important to assess each issue as it comes and evaluate it on its merits. There is an idea in public policy called the 70% rule. And essentially it goes like this, that in any issue or situation, there's a solution that will garner 70% of support. Not everybody will get what they want, but there's something in there for everyone. And 70% of people can live with those outcomes and with those decisions. And in terms of how I will vote, I want to use that frame of reference of how do we get to that 70%? How can we get most people to support what the district is doing and what the board is doing?
All right, I think we have 6 minutes for that last question. I'm going to steal yours. I've already stolen it once. Describe your response if a parent connected with you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child.
So I strangely enough, really enjoy talking to people. I do it for a living, strangers all the time. In fact, my wife always says I've never met a stranger. And so I would really enjoy having that engagement with somebody in our community and really understanding what their issue is, what the policy is that they have a challenge with, and really getting to the bottom of it. Granted, it might not be able to be solved in the grocery store, but I'd be happy to carry business cards, contact information if a follow-up is necessary. I'd be absolutely happy to have that conversation with somebody and figure out what those issues are that they want to get resolved. And I would listen to their concerns. I would invite them here to share them with the rest of the board so that we can discuss it, hear what they have to say, and figure out that pathway forward. And hopefully we get to that 70% on most issues.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for considering me.
And there's a coffee shop apparently near here that's owned by a 2 years ago he graduated from one of our high schools. So you're right on track with that.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Excellent. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Leonard? Yes. If John Leonard's here. And there he is. All right. Welcome.
Down. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Andrus, board members, good evening. This is not the first time I've addressed this board. Tonight, rather than a concerned citizen pleading my position on one policy position or another, I come as a parent and community member asking for the opportunity to shoulder a portion of the burden you carry in guiding the public school district that serves our community. My wife and I have been homeowners in Murrieta for 30 years, raised 4 children who've attended Murrieta schools, public and chartered, from preschool to 12th grade. I'm a high school graduate of a liberal arts military preparatory school. I've completed but a half a dozen college-level courses. That experience, along with my recent participation in public discourse regarding matters brought before this board, make me, in my opinion, a sound candidate to represent the parents and taxpayers of Trustee Area 3. You've heard me advocate for a return to the basics of elementary education, the love of reading, the skill of compositional writing, instilling a curiosity of the various sciences and mathematics. Unfortunately, public education across the nation has drifted away from these principal areas of study. There's been a failure of our institutions to serve the citizens in a manner that preserves our traditions and allows for free thinking and advancement of our society without compromising our identity as a nation. Social upheaval pressed upon us by left-leaning thinkers have hijacked our public educational system, from the California State Department of Education down to our elementary classrooms. No matter which candidate you choose, I would like to offer the opinion that the last thing this community needs is an academic type with multiple degrees and educational certifications. I ask you to choose someone with common sense, ties to the community, experience as a parent, possessing the skill and disposition to navigate the walls and barriers long established in the administrative machinery of California's public school districts. I implore you not to give undue weight to the candidates steeped in academic achievement or to those with a long history of participation in the apparatus of educational administration. Thank you.
What do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
Okay, well, since I was asked to come in early, I thought I had a couple of hours to collect my thoughts here, since I've been jotting down notes all weekend. But yeah, but basically, I'd like to say that the very basic of the public school is simply to give our children a foundational education that allows them to build themselves to reach their fullest potential. So I think lots of times in elementary education, there's many, many things going on in the world. We'd love our kids to have experience and to be introduced to things, but just the very basics, I think, is important. Being confident in yourself, being able to read, being the most important, and just your basic skills, I think. And the second half of that, I believe, was the role of the board. And I think that the main role of the board is to represent the parents and be a good steward of the taxpayers' money, to monitor the progress of implemented educational plans in conjunction with the staff, and take care in utilizing available resources to the district and enter the district into contracts with vendors, contractors, and labor unions. I think that is the primary role that I see. But as with most people who've never sat up there, I may not be right at all as to what the primary role is. That's just our perception of what it may be.
All right. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? How would you fulfill your role? And how will your role as a trustee differ from an administrator's role?
I believe that the primary role of the trustee is to act simply as a liaison between the constituents and the school district. I think that a trustee should maximize their availability to the public as much as practical, and in like manner be available and present themselves as much as practical to the administrators and the separate school sites and functions. And I think simply to be seen is important when you're a trustee. And I feel that the administrator's role is one that is quite different, and I believe an administrator is tasked with implementing the policies and the initiatives of the board, and they should be given, I believe, as any managerial type roles, they should be given flexibility and not be have people looking over their shoulder. They should be allowed to do their job, and the results, I think, is the measure of good management. That's how I feel about that.
All right. Thank you, John. How does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations on important policy issues?
Well, most of my experience engaging with the board is standing here, and this is perhaps the least effective way of engaging, I believe. And I think that here, many times anyway, many times, tensions are high when there's contentious agenda items being discussed, and more effective outreach may be a way of better communicating and keeping in touch with the constituents and the community. And I think that that would foster a higher rate of participation, but there's no easy fix. But I have no idea what you've attempted. I know you've probably tried a lot of things, but eventually you'll come upon a magic bullet that a lot of times the answers are things that you never expected. You just keep trying different things, and then all of a sudden something pops, and I think that would be my answer to that question.
Okay, question 4. There are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
Well, how much time do we have to answer that question? We have 8 minutes to answer that question. Well, that is a broad subject, and I'm probably not going to answer the totality of that particular question. I'm going to handle the last portion of it, and that is how I would come to make a decision when you have all those complicated issues. Any one of those things has been discussed at length and has been across the nation for years and years, and there's no perfect answer to any of them, but in its totality, I think that to make a decision when you're faced with difficult decisions, if it's a complicated decision, then you have to know what your priorities are. So if you're considering a dozen different things, you can't consider all of them. You just have to pick the top 2 that are most important to you, and if that's how you're basing your decision is just how you feel about something, then you can't consider too many things, because then you wind up deciding about nothing, really. You got to stick to something. So knowing yourself and being able to prioritize, I think, is a good necessary skill to have. And along with that is also the ethical side of it, which a lot of those choices are all rolled into that. And I think that to make an ethical decision, you just simply need to know yourself, and you have to have faith in yourself, And I've advised this board once or twice in the past when they've come up against really seriously difficult decisions, that if you seek yourself and your faith and you seek first to serve, then more times than not, you're going to come up with the right answer. So those two things, prioritizing and believing in yourself and seeking to serve, add those two together, you'll come up with the right answer. That's what I think.
All right, excellent. So we have a little bit of time left, so I'll ask the very last question. It says, describe your response if a parent were to connect with you at a grocery store and ask for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child.
The first thing that I would do if approached is I would sympathize with the parent. Even if I wasn't completely in sympathy of what they were questioning me about, I would put them at ease and let them know that I, anyway, am very concerned about that, and I would be concerned if that was happening to me and my child as well. That tends to put people at ease when you do that first. And then I would, without giving them the impression I'm trying to pawn them off on someone else, I'd try to find out what trustee area they live in. And then once I have that information, I would ask them if getting the fullness, without having the fullness of the conversation in front of me in the question, I would ask them to contact the principal of the school that they're having issues with, and to make sure that the superintendent and their trustee is in copy. And between those three parties, they should at least be able to get the ball rolling. And I know that maybe doesn't happen as quick as people would like, but I think that that's all that I would want to do if someone approached me out in public.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right, good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Good luck at choosing someone.
All right, thank you. I think, okay, good. So next up is Mr. Joshua Barton. All right, welcome.
Good evening, board. How are you?
Good, good.
Excellent. It's really good to be here today. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Joshua Barton. I've lived here continuously in Murrieta since 2000. Been in the Murrieta Valley, Temecula-Murrieta Valley, since 2002. I live here with my wonderful wife, Kristen. We were married in 2017. Our small children, Charlotte, 7 years old, and Beckham, 5 years old. And they both go to Alta Murrieta Elementary School. My sister also is a second grade teacher at the same school. But I'm here today hoping to share my expertise and my experience to help this already esteemed board continue to make great decisions moving forward. And I also note that obviously this district is very important to me. The city is very important to me, as we continue to raise all of our children here together. And so hoping to make good decisions with y'all is my goal. And it's really nice to be here. So
Okay,
there
shall we continue?
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
So what do you see as the basic purpose of public schools? What is the role of the Board of Education in the fulfillment of that purpose?
Excellent. Thank you for the question. The public school system, or our public school district, is the engine of our city. And it's here to provide education, educational opportunity to all children, and to provide a safe setting for those kids as well. So those are my two big ones for the public school system and the district. Also providing access in education in reading, writing, arithmetic, our standards, but also there's a little bit more in my view. Teaching our children the social skills, right? Helping them to be respectful to their peers, understanding kindness to their peers, accountability to the rules of our schools and our system and our district, and also consequence when those rules are not followed. The role of the Board of Education in that system is from a kind of like a macro point of view. So the board is going to establish philosophy. The board is going to establish goals. And the board is going to establish the objectives for our children to reach. Not only those things, but governance is very important. Making sure that our school district is following local, federal, and state laws is super important, and creating rules in our district that follow those things. And one of my the most important things to me is the budgetary process, understanding how budgets are made, each as a trustee and as the board, and working to create a responsible budget, providing the resources to administration, teachers, and our staff on site at school sites to be able to do their job and educate our children.
All right. As a trustee, what do you see as your primary role? How would you fulfill your role, and how will your role as a trustee differ from an administrator's role?
Excellent question. My role as a trustee as one of a team, a board of 5. So any decisions that will be made will be done in a group setting. And we're, as a trustee, as a bigger part of the board, providing opportunity for all students in our school system, very important to me, and safety in that situation as well. And again, back to kind of the board setting the tone in philosophy of our school district, and goal setting for our kids in our school district, and then the benchmarks or objectives for them to hit along the way through every level of our school district and system. There's also the fiduciary governance that I just spoke about a moment ago, working to make sure we're compliant with state, federal, local laws, very important, obviously. And as well as, again, back to responsible budgeting, right? Where's the money, where is it going? And I'd say on top of that too is an essence of communication is super important to me with our community. Obviously here in board meetings, having open session and listening to the concerns and questions of our community, I think is very vital to a trustee's role.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
How does an effective school board ensure opportunities for parents and community members to express their diverse range of views to inform board deliberations or important policy issues?
Well, I think a strong board is willing to listen. And obviously, the best way to listen is in this room, right? During our board meetings, asking our members of our community to come here and speak, and to bring their questions, and to bring their concerns. And for us to listen first. And great communication, listening first has always worked great for me. Ask my wife. And so I think that is paramount. There's also some other ways we can communicate to parents or members of our community to get involved in the system, to be on site with for school sites, the school site councils to go incorporate there. Also to engage with our oversight committee with our bond committee would be another great way for members of our community to make sure that the money is being well spent and in good directions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the long question. There are many important issues in education, such as Title IX, math instruction, parent rights, career readiness, and the science of reading. Identify an important issue you feel strongly about and explain how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal values when deciding how to vote.
Excellent. That is a long question. So those are all very important points, of course, to talk about. And I think I'm gonna identify one that's very important to me, which is technology in our schools, and very specifically AI, and then also financial literacy in our schools. Really important to me. So technology and AI. Technology, obviously, we've been talking about for some time. Bond measure BB, obviously in 2014, was directly correlated to that, along with physical infrastructure as well and some other things, of course. But what technology we're putting in front of our children is super important in my own home, and of course, also here for our children in the district. When I go to think about that, but the concerns for our students, opportunity, safety, so huge, especially when AI comes into things. So when are we giving them access to AI and how? And what is the oversight process? Very important. As far as state and federal law, of course, being following the law is super important, so just staying compliant there, understanding the law. Laws are constantly changing, so are we up to date on what's going on? I have no doubt that you have been, and I will continue to read if on board as well. Also, staff considerations. Incorporating technology can be new in many ways. So listening to our staff, listening to administration, and what are their concerns, what's going right and what's going wrong. And of course, we're working from a macro point of view, so we trust our administrators to work on the ground on the day-to-day, but perhaps there's some things we can help solve with them as well. Financial literacy. One of the most important things I could think of to enable our educational district to prepare our students for the future. When they exit our district and our school system, will they be ready to take care of themselves on a financial point of view? So I think they can. I think we are doing it, and I think there's more to do as well. So that is the answer to that question. That very long question.
Yeah, that was a long
and a very
question.
long answer,
Can I
no
ask a
doubt, right? So.
Sure, yeah, of course.
I have a question for you, sir, Mr. Barton, right? So regarding the financial literacy component, like what would you propose, or what does it look like to have a child leave, I just had a high schooler leave to college, this is why. What does that look like for someone like you to say you want to really focus on the financial literacy aspect? Is that implementing it how into a classroom? Just on a general, it doesn't have to be super.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I think that a lot more thought needs to go into that as well. But understanding math and how it works, of course, right? Because we're generally speaking with financial literacy, we're probably using math to add in our accounts. Understanding what a bank does and how you interact with that. Understand how to perhaps using our applications, our technology online. That comes back into the technology part of what I was talking about, which is using bank applications, right? They're not all created equal. Some are good and some are bad. I won't talk about which ones I think are bad. But just simple things like that, but also having maybe more opportunity for kids who are a little bit more inquisitive. So kids, some of our youth that want to know more, having that information available as well is super important. Yeah, I think there's more to it too, and I'd like to dive into that too.
Sure.
Being on this board would be a great way to do it. So.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Of course.
All right, with that little bit of time left, we'll take that last question. Here we go. Describe your response if a parent were to connect with you in the grocery store and ask for your support on a particular school matter with them or their child. How would you respond?
And I have lots of conversations with people in the grocery store. Ask my wife. It's actually kind of embarrassing, to be fair, but I do like to talk to people. So in this particular instance, first off, I'd invite it. I invite the questions and concerns to be given to me. Always listening first, like I mentioned, in good communication techniques of listening first. After I introduced myself, of course, and was polite and understood who this person was and what area they were in as well, I would want to, after the questions and concerns were brought up, I would help he or she to understand that it's really appropriate for them to come here to this room to a board meeting as one of a panel of 5. It's important for us to all work together, and getting information and coming back here is very important, of course, but I would ask this particular person to come here, engage with your community, engage with your educational system in your district, and also provide information about where they can find all that information at our website and all that whatnot. So, but I'd also ask them to continue to get into the educational district community as well, more, again, with this school site councils. It's a great way to go find information, and also to our bond oversight committee as well. It has to do with, obviously, the budgetary process, but having the conversations with this individual on site in a grocery store is not overly appropriate to be discussing things, so I want them to come here so I could be dressed very nicely and smile with you all from whichever seat would be mine next, right? So that's the one. Okay, over there.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
It's very nice to be here with you today. I was a little bit nervous about this, but I feel like you're all very nice, and I look forward to being on the board with you.
All right. Thank you. Yep. All right. Well, for the audience to know, we did have one of our applicants withdraw their name, so we are at the end of all our question and answers. The board will now take a few moments to review notes before beginning public deliberation. I think about 5 minutes, I think it would be good.
Nick, could I just say something? I would just like to say thank you to all of you that came up and spoke and applied. All of you are so incredibly talented and qualified and brave to get up here and do this. So thank you for each person that came and applied. And you are all amazing, and all of you would make a great board member, any one of you. And just we want to thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you very much. All right, we'll be back in about 5. right, we ready to reconvene? I would like to reiterate for everyone to come out. It was really so impressive to have so many community members willing to put their name forward to become a school board member. I think all four of us recognize what a big step that is, actually. And I know a lot of the people who put their name in know what a big step that is. This is a pretty contentious room more than a few times. There were some people I'm wondering if they're aware of exactly how contentious it gets in this room. But with that being said, the qualifications of the people that put their names forward is just really impressive. We have 3 people who had put their names on the ballot to run for school board. If I'm not mistaken, there's 3. And it was just impressive for them to come back out and to do that. So with that being said, I think the process, I'd like each of us to just sort of put forward our top selections. And I'm going to step back and hear everybody, and if anyone would like to go first, or, but otherwise I'd start with Nancy and we can move that way, or Christine, if you're ready, either one.
I just have to say, this was not easy. Like, truly, this is a big decision, but everybody was phenomenal. I can't even tell you. It was amazing.
Okay. Yeah, I want to thank everybody who came out, because I know it takes a lot of courage to stand here and do a public interview. Like, I totally understand how nerve-wracking that is. And I heard a lot of impressive answers from so many of you, but we need to narrow it down to like our top 3. So I will mention my top 3. Of course, Ellen Larson is legendary and could teach us all a lot about running a school board meeting. And with her experience and her experience with parental engagement, I do think Ellen would offer a lot on this board. I also was very impressed with Elliot Emmer, both with work experience, volunteer experience, fundraising experience. I think that Elliot could bring a lot to this school board and an outside, fresh perspective. So I'm also thinking of that, to have an outside perspective. I think it could be good for all of us. And I also was very impressed by Joshua Barton for the same reasons, work background, community involvement. And I think it would be an opportunity to have an outside, fresh perspective on this board. But I think all 3 of them would be fantastic. And I'm hoping we can overlap somehow on somebody. That would be my goal. And I just want to throw out there, I think what we need to do is kind of, we're here for I personally, and most of you know that, I personally thought we should have an election and the people should be able to choose their own trustee, but that's not what we're doing now. But I think the main thing we need to consider is the people in that trustee area who they elected, who would be everybody's going to be different, but somebody who can actually fit in with what the people voted for. So that's what I was keeping in mind while I was listening to people. Anyway, that's what I have, so.
Ms. Schmidt, are you interested in?
I'll go after.
I figured it.
I just said, I'm still kind of mulling over a couple of the statements. I mean, I actually learned quite a bit from the people that came up here. I have to tell you, as a newer trustee to the board, I did learn just sitting here. You guys have a lot of great insight. And in terms of the longevity of this position, I really am looking forward to someone who takes this seat and is willing to take it all the way through, right? To be able to say, hey, this is what I want to do, this is how I want to serve, and that's what I'm hoping. So, that being said, oh gosh, you guys, there's just so many. Hold on. Okay, so first on my list is probably, give me a minute. I have like 2 that are like right teetering together, so give me just a minute. Joshua Barton is on that list also. Dale Velk and Melody.
Okay, yeah, my turn?
Did you say Ellen? Who was your third?
Melody.
Oh, Melody. Okay. I was just wanting to get the name, seeing where we might overlap.
Okay, so I have a page for each person.
Yeah, there's two of us.
So, let's see, and I'll give you a little reason why. So, if I had to narrow it down, it'd be to Josephine Hartley. I really liked how she talked about the percentage of our Hispanic community now has grown to 43%. And she's bilingual, and I think that's a very important trait to have to reach some of our parents and students as well. And she would like to improve the relationship between parents and the board. And I like how she spoke up about Mr. Sanchez, that parent who was here that kind of got shot down when he tried to speak at one of the past board meetings. I thought that was pretty relevant. And she has been doing a lot of things in our community, in the schools, and volunteering. And so I think having someone represent the growing Hispanic community would be a great addition to the board. I also felt like Dale Velk would be great as well because he's had 27 years here. Is that correct, in Murrieta? And he really could hit the ground running because he's been a part of this district in many different titles and roles. And one of the things that spoke to me is just how the patriotism, because as you know, with all the Constitution things, I'm really on that, as well as increasing that in our schools, and that's a way to bring students and community together. And just the core subject areas that he believes that, we need to go back to for students. And he also has experience working with the parents and with the legal teams and all of that, so I think he could bring a lot of knowledge to that. And then I'm thinking, since you just retired, you have more time to go to all the events, right? Like the events, and you said you already go to those. Well, I'm thinking versus me, I'm working, so sometimes I don't get to go to as many of the community events as I would like to. But you're already well known in the community and in the school, so I think you would be a great addition. And then my third one, I guess, would be, it's tough, but I would say, Courtney Cooper. I thought that your background as a nurse practitioner could be helpful. And you have students here in the district, so again, you're bringing that parent lens because you actually have students here right now. And I liked how you talked about the CTE, career and technical education, because we are moving forward in that area in our district and trying to make that a bigger push for our students as well as college. And just, you spoke about parental rights, and I think that's a big issue that has faced our community, and we want to keep our parents involved in the processes of our district. So those were my three. Nick?
Well, I want to give, I feel like it's like draft night or something, and it's like Clemson's on the clock. Oh, wait, no, that's a pro team. All right, well, anyway, I want to talk to some of the young parents that came up. I kind of agree with, it was great to hear from Mr. Emmer. I thought you did a phenomenal job. And it was really cool, Mr. Barton as well. Two young parents that really spoke well, and that you were both passionate enough to come out and put your name forward for this. I'd love for you guys to get involved in the school district and what's going on, and paying attention as parents, because as school board members, we need the support of community members who are level-headed and willing to have those dialogues with people across the aisle, because there is a lot of division, and it's helpful to have voices that are willing to build bridges and try to come to some understanding. So I would encourage you guys to continue to stay engaged. So very happy that you guys came out. my top performers, though, that I was super impressed with, and I have a great relationship with Courtney Cooper. Courtney, you do a great job. I do love what you've done, and I've heard you speak so many times, so I know where you stand. But I did feel like Julie Vandergrift knocked it out of the park. She hits on exactly what I like, which is we need to make sure that we pay attention to graduation rates and whether or not our kids have the skill set moving on. And she talked to the data. She spoke to some of those issues that really matter to me and resonate, because our schools are running on tradition of being top notch. And there's a bit of a gap right now. And I really feel like as much as we hear partisanship issues, and I know, Julie's been on the board and there's social issues but there is a big academic issue, and I really appreciated what she did. So she's definitely in my top list. I had to mention her as one of my top 3. The other one, of course, is Josephina Hartley. Just knowing Mr. Sanchez coming in here, speaking the way he did, and that you came out here to speak your mind and stand up for the Hispanic community. I know you have strong values. You care about what's going on in our community. And I appreciated, one more thing I appreciated is the LPAC groups and some of those groups advocating for their specific communities. I think they need to do some advocacy with the boards to make sure that we're hearing what they have to say, and that connection matters. So I appreciated what you had to say. The person I was surprised at and impressed with, and it does remind me a little bit of some of the teachers that we've had come out and speak, was Mr. Velk. And I know you as a principal who's worked in the system. I have some reservations, just the closeness of what's going on, but seeing that you have passion and you care about more than being able to step outside that administrative role. I think it was tough, and I could see how much courage it took for you to say what you can't say as an administrator, which is kind of where your values are. And seeing some of the issues that you feel strongly about and compassionate about. So I really appreciated that from you. I saw that. So we do have some overlap, and I think as I look at that, right? Where do we get 3? Well, let's have a conversation before. I'd like to vote before we, let's have a conversation about that. So once we see the overlap, and we can discuss it.
Because let me just point out the overlaps I recognized. You mentioned the ones I saw that were overlap was Courtney Cooper by you, Mr. Pardue, and Ms. Schmidt. And I also saw overlap with Josephine Hartley, you, Mr. Pardue, and Ms. Schmidt. And then Dale Velk was mentioned by Mr. Pardue, Ms. Briggs, and Ms. Schmidt. And Joshua Barton was also mentioned by Nancy Young and Eleanor Briggs. So those are the individuals who had, they were your top ones where there's overlap. So yeah, it'd be this. Those would be, I recommend, those are the names that you would center the conversation around.
Well, I'd like to, let's just have each board member talk about of those overlaps. If you have concerns, issues, or want to make a statement in support of one of those 3. Or should we just, or you can make a motion, like, honestly, we could make, if there's not a lot of conversation about it.
I'm like, well, I think we just did. I mean, the only thing, I guess, Dale, that would be that same, that would be my only concern, right, is can you separate the administrative, you came from this administration, if you would, and it's a different role in one sense, right? Is that going to be a problem for you to be able to say, hey, this is...
I don't know that.
Oh, you can't respond.
No.
Sorry, Dale. Don't respond, Dale.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, not to put Mr. Velk on the spot or anyone else. I will just speak to the community a little bit. In next year, like the election actually does turn around very quick, and whoever gets the position becomes a politician instantly. And of course, you're held to account to the community. Like everyone was saying, we would like our voice. One of the things I do like about this that I think everyone should appreciate is we had the opportunity to see people up front. There was a number of people sometimes you see on the ballot you never get to meet, and you never know who they are or what they're about. So going through this process was kind of nice for the whole community to see and see what people really care about and get a chance to meet them. So I really like the process. And I do think that the entire trustee area will have a chance to vote in a little over a year, right? I mean, it's not too far off.
I'm ready to make a motion to vote on one so we can start, just to get started, as hard as it is. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I just would say I move to nominate, is that Dr. Andrus, is that what I do? Okay. Okay, I feel so nervous. Okay, I make a motion I move to nominate Josephine Hartley for the trustee position, the vacant trustee position.
Didn't you already have 3 people support Mr. Velk? Because I thought all 3 of you did already. Should we start with the highest vote getter?
Well, you could vote no, I guess.
The overlap is just kind of demonstrating kind of preferences. It's a general, but a motion can be made, and if there's a second, there could be a vote.
So she made the motion for Josephine?
Yeah, so it would require a second to proceed to a vote.
I will second for a vote.
Okay.
All right, Nancy Young?
No.
I'll say yes.
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 All right, motion carries 3-0.
So Ms. Josephine Hartley is our new trustee.
Jesus, that is.
All right, Ms. Hartley, congratulations.
So at this point in time, we can administer the oath of office.
Oh,
All right.
come on up. We're going to administer the oath of office.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Because the work comes, and it comes quick, and there's a lot of it.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm a hard worker. Not
Okay.
afraid.
Okay, here we go. And they'll testify, there's lots to learn. Yep. Okay. So I, Josephine Hartley,
I, Josephine Hartley,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Felicidades.
Gracias. It will be an honor to serve Murrieta. I love Murrieta.
Josephine? You'll take a seat up there. We need to adjourn the meeting. You are a trustee. Okay. We have one agenda item less, and that's to adjourn the meeting.
All right. I call for a motion to adjourn the Board of Education meeting at 6:25 PM.
So moved.
Get
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none.